and research organizations to cultivate academic exchange where change is the norm. Adaptability, innovation, and resilience are crucial. As the leading higher education institution in the country, the University of the Philippines Los Baños engages in initiatives to future-proof research, learning, and public service to foster communities that can thrive amidst unpredictability and dynamic challenges. Grounded in compassion and a collaborative spirit, UPLB is dedicated to consolidating and seeking groundbreaking solutions and fostering academic excellence. In this regard, UPLB is building partnerships with local and international higher education institutions, industry players, government agencies, and research organizations to cultivate academic exchange. It is expanding the country's capacity for building knowledge capital by using its expertise and empowering its local partners. This has given rise to more opportunities for pursuing higher education with UPLB and its partner universities. It aggressively pursues technological commercialization and incorporates entrepreneurial approaches into the university's knowledge resources that UPLB shares with communities. To establish a sustainable and efficient foundation for these efforts, it is accelerating digital transformation on campus, making university processes and services more accessible and efficient. These efforts to future-proof the university have borne fruit, with UPLB garnering awards and recognition from reputable institutions locally and abroad. As UPLB continues to lay the foundations for the future of higher education, it will continue towards its goal of becoming a leader in knowledge creation, research utilization, and public service.
Since 1909, the University of the Philippines Los Baños has been recognized as a leading academic and research institution. It is known as a producer of valuable knowledge and skilled members of the workforce in the country in agriculture and food science, development communication, economics and management, the arts and sciences, engineering, forestry, human ecology, public affairs, veterinary medicine, and environmental science. The university has been a wellspring of relevant knowledge products and technologies, with 6 recognized centers of excellence in research. 10 of its academic programs have been certified by the ASEAN University Network Quality Assurance. More are undergoing the assessment. 8 of its academic courses have also been recognized by the Philippine Commission on Higher Education as Centers of Excellence. UPLB is home to 3 National Centers of Excellence in the Basic Sciences by virtue of an executive order from the President of the Philippines, through which it leads efforts in the advancement of science and technology for national development. These research centers and academic programs headline UPLB's 139 course offerings, including 35 undergraduate programs and 104 graduate programs distributed across 9 colleges and 2 schools. Since 2020, UPLB has expanded its degree program offerings to support industry needs and economic development. Make UPLB your campus of choice.
request everyone to please settle down. We will begin our program in a few minutes.
Philippine higher education is facing emergent challenges. Amid the globalized and digital world that brings with it fast-changing demands and standards in the industry, emphasizing the need for collaboration, flexibility, and lifelong learning. UPLB is in a unique position to share and learn new knowledge resources and expertise in research and instruction in the country, and together with other higher education institutions, expand, grow, and transform the nation's workforce. Recognizing the collaborative effort, this vision needs to transcend into reality. UPLB is growing its network and building bridges with fellow local higher education institutions to promote the free exchange of information and best practices between scholars, researchers, practitioners, and educators. To accomplish this, the Office of Institutional Development in Higher Education in UP Los Baños, or UPLB-OIDE, is facilitating the building of UPLB's partnerships with local and state universities and colleges. UPLB-OIDE was established on September 24, 2020 to share UPLB's strengths in agriculture, natural resources, engineering, veterinary medicine, and community and rural development. Guided by the UP Charter and the university's vision and mission, UPLB-OIDE seeks to provide leadership in academic development and technical expertise to enhance higher education in the country. It is reaching out far and wide to capacitate leaders and elevate the quality of academic curriculums across regions and provinces. Through OIDE, UPLB has been able to utilize the expertise of its researchers and faculty to share the university's wealth of knowledge with more academic communities, making them partners in providing globally competitive and relevant higher education to the nation's youth and workforce. Through its main programs, UPLB-OIDE aims to build the capacities of local and state universities and private higher education institutions. UPLB-OIDE has facilitated UPLB's partnership with more than 65 higher education institutions, most of them also supported by the government. It has also expanded its services to government agencies and non-profit organizations. UPLB-OIDE sponsored and launched the special issue of the UP Los Baños Journal, which featured peer-reviewed academic papers of faculty members from UPLB's partner higher education institutions. This is a major milestone that will enable UPLB-OIDE to capacitate agents of Philippine higher education in alignment with the university's role in public service and national development. This is the Office of Institutional Development in Higher Education in UP Los Baños. Enhancing Philippine higher education, one partnership at a time.
A haven full of nature's beauty, a living laboratory where scientists can explore Philippine biodiversity and its wonders, and a stronghold for forest and nature conservation efforts. The UP Sierra Madre land grants are a 9,000-hectare forest land in the southern portion of the longest mountain ridge in the Philippines. It is owned and managed by the University of the Philippines through the Land Grant Management Office under UP Los Baños. The forest reserve is composed of 2 land grants in southern Luzon. The Laguna Quezon Land Grant, spanning 5,729 hectares along the boundaries of Real Quezon and Siniloan, Laguna. And the Laguna Land Grant with 3,355 hectares covering the boundaries of Kalayaan, Paete, Pakil, and Pangil, Laguna. This biodiversity-rich area is home to more than 400 floral species, 121 of which are endemic to the Philippines, and holds 3.4% of the total endemic species in the country. The Forest Reserve is also a major stronghold for conservation efforts in the country, with about 11% of all its resident flora and fauna found to be threatened species. As a protected and managed forest area, the UP Sierra Madre land grants serve as living laboratories for foresters, agriculturists, and environmentalists. Studies in these forest lands help make new discoveries and develop better understanding of biodiversity protection among the next generation. A living testament to the country's rich natural resources, the UP Sierra Madre land grants have the potential to spark conversations about and inspire action towards protecting forests to create safe, livable, and sustainable communities. In line with these conservation efforts, UP Los Baños and the UP system established the UP Sierra Madre Nature and Conservation Reserve. Part of this development is creating a network of 9 gardens for notable species in the land grants and an arboretum for 97 Philippine threatened trees in partnership with the Energy Development Corporation and Clean Tech Foundation Incorporated. These developments are envisioned to further forest restoration and nature conservation efforts for the Sierra Madre and the Philippine forests, and enrich research and learning for the community. With these upcoming development efforts, the vision of making the land grants a prime destination for seeing and learning about nature is not far from becoming a reality.
Welcome to the UPLB Graduate School Hooding and Recognition Ceremonies. Here are some reminders and guidelines to be followed during the program. Observe solemnity all throughout the hooding and recognition ceremonies. Turn off mobile phones or put them in silent mode. Observe proper decorum and stay in your seats until the end of the program. Only authorized photographers are allowed to come near the stage to take photos. Marshals and volunteers are stationed around the gymnasium to attend to guests and graduates. Thank you. We shall now begin the hooding and recognition ceremonies with the processional. We are pleased to present the university officials led by the University Marshal and Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs, Associate Professor Janet H. Malata Silva. Please welcome the Graduate School Secretary, Associate Professor Pamela A. Custodio. in welcoming the Faculty Marshal, Graduate School Dean, Professor Jomar E. Rabahante. Graduate School Associate Dean, Associate Professor Ronilo Jose D. Flores. Graduate School Assistant Secretary, Associate Professor Maria Cristina G. Alinsunuri. Please welcome the members of the Graduate School faculty. Professor Cheryl A. Young, Director of the UP Professional School for Agriculture and the Environment. Associate Professor Ariel L. Baviera, GS Quality Assurance Officer. Assistant Professor Gabriel John L. De Leon, Chair of the GSCIM-RC. Professor Dalisay G. Maligali, Chair of the Biological Sciences Standing Committee. Associate Professor Marion Lux Y. Castro, Chair of the Physical Sciences Standing Committee. Associate Professor Winifredo B. Lagni, Chair of the Social Science and Humanities Standing Committee. Associate Professor Dea Agnes T. Buera, Chair of the Standing Committee on Student Progress and Graduation. The Assistant Professors. The Associate Professors. the professors. Professors Emeriti. by the Executive Committee Marshal, Associate Professor Marlo D. Mendoza, Dean of the College of Forestry and Natural Resources. Represented by Associate Dean Annalie Codilan. Professor Amado A. Angeles, Dean of the College of Agriculture and Food Science. College of Arts and Sciences. Associate Professor Edmond G. Centeno, Dean of the College of Development Communication. College of Economics and Management. Professor Rex B. Limafelis, Dean of the College of Engineering and Agro-Industrial Technology. Associate Professor Jennifer Marie S. Amparo, Dean of the College of Human Ecology. Assistant Professor Eileen V. Lapitan, Dean of the College of Public Affairs and Development. Professor Maria Amelita C. Estacio, Dean of the College of Veterinary Medicine. Associate Professor Mark Donley M. Arboleda, OICD of the School of Environmental Science and Management. Let us welcome the Executive Committee members at large. Professor Floyrendo P. Flores. Associate Professor Maria Emelita T. Mendoza. Professor Vachel K. V. Palier. De Leon, Office of the Vice Chancellor for Research and Extension. Once again, Assistant to the Vice Chancellor Marian De Leon, Office of the Vice Chancellor for Research and Extension. Assistant Vice Chancellor Marcelina Miranda, Office of the Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs. Welcome the Vice Chancellors. Professor Rosana Marie C. Amongo, Vice Chancellor for Planning and Development. Associate Professor Rolando T. Bello, Vice Chancellor for Administration. Professor Agham C. Cuevas, Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs. Assistant Vice President for Public Affairs, Assistant Professor Mark Lester Chico del Mundo. Once again, Assistant Vice President for Public Affairs, Assistant Professor Mark Lester del Mundo Chico. Graciously welcome the UPLB Marshal, University Registrar, Assistant Professor Margarita Carmen S. Paterno, carrying the UPLB mace. Chancellor of the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, Professor Jose V. Camacho, Jr. Everyone, please give a round of applause as we welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Maria Cecilia Maricel Laksa Pangilinan. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the UP Los Baños Chorale Ensemble. Please welcome for our opening remarks, Chancellor of the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, Professor Jose V. Camacho, Jr.
Good morning. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Let me first greet our national academicians, Asuncion Raimundo, Omer Pantua, Glenn Gregorio. They're members of the UPLB Graduate School. Thank you, National Academicians, the National Academy of Science and Technology, and the Professors Emeriti. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. I'm giving this greeting because it's such an honor that you are joining us today as members of the faculty of the graduate school. Dean Rabahante, our guest speaker, Maria Cecilia de la Cueva Laksa, Pangilinan. To the members of the graduate school faculty, oh, they are here. Mga nagpahirap sa inyo. They could be the reason why you took some time to graduate? No, I don't think so. That's part of the mentoring. And of course, to my dear graduate school administrative staff members, as former dean of the graduate school for nearly 9 years, these are the moments that I really treasure. First, the welcoming of new graduate school students, and then this very moment, hooding and recognition ceremonies. Well, of course, even the graduation ceremonies that will be done on Saturday. Because these are the time when I see all your loved ones. They joined you. They have inspired you for so many years to finish this degree. And to everyone joining us today, magandang umaga po muli sa inyong lahat. And welcome to the 19th Hooding and Recognition Ceremonies. Today we come together to mark a significant chapter in the lives of graduates. And this is not just a formal academic rite. It is a celebration of a dream fulfilled, of sacrifices and those that bore fruit, and of knowledge that has matured into wisdom. And to the UPLB Graduate School Class of 2025, congratulations, you've made it. Palakpakan po ninyo ang inyong mga sarili. You have reached a remarkable academic and personal milestone. Graduate school is never an easy road. I almost gave up. 3 years of being away from my family really is very emotionally draining. And with your mentors, how do you call the mentors? they not really making the difficulties, but yeah, tormentors. Yeah, literally, having trained in a Japanese university, Kyoto University, and before that my master's. Really, every time that I join this investiture, this hooding ceremony, gives me a lot of recollection of those many, many sacrifices. You have to leave your family if you have your family when they're still growing, and you call them. It's very emotional, and I can empathize with your experience, especially our foreign or international students. So it's a celebration of dreams fulfilled. You have reached a remarkable academic and personal milestone. As I've mentioned, graduate school is never an easy road. It demands more than just the intellect. It requires discipline, curiosity, resilience, and they say grit, a deep well of patience. And while these traits are common among scholars, what sets you apart is the way you pursued excellence in the midst of today's many challenges and uncertainties. You lived and studied through a world still recovering from the pandemic, adapting to rapid technological shifts, AI, ChatGPT, and facing urgent local and global crises, even political crisis, economic crisis. And yet you are here, undeterred and unstoppable. This hooding ceremony is not only a symbol of your academic achievement, it is a mark of your perseverance. And many of you have balanced this journey with full-time jobs, raising your families, your community work, or health struggles. Last night, one of the many recognition and testimonials, we met or we honored the first batch of the graduates of the Professional School for Environment, School for Agriculture and Environment, our extension campus in Panabo City, Davao City, and in Davao. And we heard all the sacrifices that they have underwent. Some of you returned to graduate school after years in the workforce. And that's why whenever you submit an application for extension, it is well studied because we have to examine your reasons, all the sacrifices that you have made. But of course, we have graduate school policies that we need to comply with. So sometimes if the dean says, this is disapproved, Chancellor, this is on your hands, I really have to think it twice, thrice, because I know the sacrifice that you have made. And some came from distant provinces or even from overseas. You brought your diverse experiences and the many perspectives into the university. And in fact, you have enriched the university in the many processes and the systems that we have. And today, it is a testament to your character as much as your intellect. Let us also take this moment to acknowledge the people who supported you throughout this journey. Your families at the back, could you please give them a big hand? Yeah, lumingon kayo. To our parents and loved ones, can you please stand? Our parents, our loved ones, please. Hindi nyo na po ito magagawa sa Saturday. Because on Saturday, only the graduating students will be converging here, excluding the families and their loved ones. So you'll be scattered all around. And I really must thank you for all the sacrifices, the greater sacrifices that you have made, our parents and our loved ones, our families. So your mentors, as I mentioned, even your mentors, and I just described them as your tormentors, your advisors, yeah, give them a big hand, yeah? Because they're the one, whenever they affix their signature, that your thesis, your dissertation is finally approved, really marks a moment where it's a milestone. It's whenever I see their signature, wow, that means a lot. Approving your studies, your field studies, your thesis dissertations. They have guided you with patience and the wisdom, the experience. And as I mentioned, the UPLB graduate school staff, the community who stood with you as you navigated your unique paths. They too share in this remarkable achievement. So let us take a moment to recognize them again with a warm round of applause. And so as we celebrate this milestone, I hope you take this moment not only to reflect on all that you have accomplished, but to envision with even greater clarity the very meaningful role you can play in your communities and your countries and the wider world beyond this university. In many places here and in the Philippines and beyond, there is a growing sector, the need for more professionals like you, well-trained, socially aware, and guided by strong ethical principles. Yesterday, I met the guest of honor and speaker of CESAM, the School of Environmental Science and Management, a student, a PhD student from Liberia, and he finished his PhD under the guidance of Dr. Arboleda. And actually, ang gusto ko lang sabihin, hindi ako inantay ng CESAM sa kanilang recognition rights because I really want to see the faculty, especially the parents. But when I met, the speaker went to the office. I was so proud of him explaining, telling me the many nice things and experience he had while in the university. When I was the dean of the graduate school in 2012, we received the first batch of scholars from Liberia. And first stages of funding stable, the next third, fourth, second year, third, all dwindling. And how can you think wisely, pursuing a graduate work away from your family with unstable financial assistance? And yesterday, I met him, and he's now a leader of his university in Liberia. And there's still a lot of them. When we meet them abroad, they're now the ministers, undersecretaries, even presidents of universities. They tell us many nice things about UPLB, telling us, if not for UPLB, this grit that I have developed, I'll not succeed. Thank you, Sesam, for bringing your alumnus to my office. I was so proud. So whether you pursue careers in research, teaching, public service, joining the industry, or entrepreneurship, I hope you can carry with you not only the academic rigor of UPLB, but also its spirit of public service and critical thought. And yesterday, again in that meeting with our alumnus from Liberia, he mentioned the training that he got, and whenever he joins meeting with other experts and professionals in Liberia, they look up to him. How did you know all this? And he says he's a product of UPLB. And I really felt prouder. And he's doing this for the service of his country in Liberia. So again, my dear graduating students, all the experiences and the skills that you have gained, learned from this university, carry them, bring them home, and do service, serve your fellow men, our fellow men. Those communities that need your expertise. Last night, again, I met the students from Davao City, the first batch of graduating students of diploma in environmental planning. And they're now the environmental planners, the municipal planning officers of municipalities that unheard of. And because of the skills that they have, they were so proud about being a member of the graduating class, the grit that they have. And so you are now stewards of knowledge that will be used for public service to improve your communities and those at the margin. And with that comes the responsibility not just to be competent, but to be compassionate. Not just to be excellent, but to be ethical. Not just to lead your offices, your communities, but in fact, your motivation is to lift others as you are rising, as you rise. Rising from your profession, being leaders of your communities, offices, and institutions. And so let today's ceremony serve as both a capstone and a call to action. The degree you receive is not the end of your journey, but the beginning of a new chapter, one where you are being called to make even greater contributions to our society and to your communities. Thank you for choosing UPLB as your academic home. We're so proud of you, and we'll be even prouder when you commit yourselves and be of greater service to our communities. I hope your time here has deepened not only your expertise, but also your awareness of your role in shaping a better and more equitable, a sustainable world. Once again, congratulations to the UPLB Graduate School Class of 2025. We're so proud of you. May you continue to live lives anchored on honor, excellence, and public service. Mabuhay kayong lahat, padayon.
Thank you for your encouraging message, Chancellor Camacho. Now let us hear a special serenade prepared for us by the UPLB Chorale Ensemble.
at matanaw. Hindi ako nangungutya, kayo na rin ang magpasya. Sa palagay ninyo kaya ito sa mata ng may likha ay bahay.
Our speaker for today is a distinguished Filipina whose multifaceted career spans from entertainment to family life and health and wellness advocacies. She is an entertainment industry veteran with an acting career spanning 30 years in Philippine TV and cinema. Her versatility and depth as an actor earned her critical acclaim, industry recognition, and a lasting place in the hearts of Filipino audiences. Beyond her acting achievements, she is also a lifelong learner and educator. She holds a bachelor's degree in social sciences in the University of the Philippines, Manila, a master's degree in family life and child development from UP Diliman, and has earned her doctorate in theology from the College for Global Deployment in Washington State, USA. She is a columnist and an award-winning author of parenting and children's books. Books like Mommy Talk, The O's and O-No's of Motherhood, Meet My Super Dad, Kuya Na Si Bunso, Maya at Laya, and Super Bench. Through her written works, she empowers parents, uplifts families, and instills positive values among young readers. She is a powerful and motivational speaker and a sought-after speaker on women empowerment, parenting, and spiritual development. Her professional advocacies is best exemplified and manifested with her major roles as a loving mother of 5 children and a devoted wife. Together with her family, fondly known as Team Pangilinan, she has completed marathons and triathlons. Sana all. This embodies her passion for fitness and balance. Her focus on family values led her and her husband to co-develop the Intentional Parenting Advocacy, a program that equips Filipino families with practical tools to build strong, values-based homes. Let us all intentionally welcome to our tahanan, the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, the 2025 Graduate School Hooding Ceremony guest speaker, the inspiring Dr. Maria Cecilia Maricel de la Cueva Laksa Pangilinan. Wow, ang taas. Hello, good morning. Baka babaan na lang natin to. Yeah, I don't want to lord it over you this morning. You are the stars of today. Let's give each other a warm of applause. Are you excited? This is the day. This is your crowning moment. And kung ako sa inyo, matutulog ako kasama ng toga. Kasi ilang years din yan, di ba? Hindi lang isa, hindi lang dalawa. Yung iba sa inyo, maraming taon bago makarating dito. So, to the 2025 UPLB Masters and PhD graduates, their families and friends, our UPLB Chancellor, Professor Jose B. Camacho Jr., all our UP system officials, magandang umaga po. Congratulations sa lahat ng ating mga graduates. Naiyak talaga ako sa tuwa na makakita ng ganito kadaming graduates ng masteral and doctorate programs. Talaga pong may pag-asa ang Pilipinas. Hindi po ba? Your journey has been one of discipline, sacrifice, and relentless curiosity, earning you guys a graduate degree. And it's not just about acquiring knowledge. It's about pursuing and pushing those boundaries of what you believed was possible. And some of you even thought, wow, this would be impossible, pero sige na, gawin ko na. And then, going further. Sa lahat po ng ating mga master's graduates, you've refined your purpose. You've deepened your skill. And then, you've also grown your expertise. Sa mga PhD graduates naman natin, nakapag-contribute po kayo sa magandang at bagong knowledge sa ating mundo. You are not just scholars. You are thought leaders. Today is not just about finishing a degree. It's about how you were transformed. Ibang klaseng proseso po to. Lumakas daw kasi yung ulan. Sandali lang po. Can you hear me? Okay. Well done. Thank you. Well done, doctors. Well done, masters. Congratulations. Eto na. We've crossed the finish line. Lagi kong sinasabi yan kasi as a marathoner, I always strive to just focus on the finish line. There are many obstacles that go our way, pero when we're focused on the finish line and your finishing picture pang Instagram, pang Facebook, kahit anong hirap, makakarating tayo doon. But now, the real race begins. Ito lagi kong tinatanong sa mga anak ko, what problem will you now help solve? Okay, so nag-graduate na kayo. Kailangan meron kayong mission. Can you look at the person beside you and say, anong mission mo? Ano ba ang problem na isosolve natin? So let me share a bit of my own story with you. It took me 6 long years to finish my bachelor's. And I remember when I had just started, I just entered showbiz. And I did pretty well in my first year. So sabi ko sa mami ko, actually mom, I don't need to go to school eh. Sabi niya, talaga? Sabi ko, mayaman na ako. Lalo siyang natawa sa akin. Saan ka ba nakatira? Sabi ko, sa bahay mo. Sino nagbabayad ng kuryente, ng tubig, lahat? Ikaw. So sino masusunod? Sabi ko na nga ba, ikaw eh. Sabi niya, mag-college ka. Yan ang deal natin. Mag-college ka para makapag-showbiz ka. Hindi yung mag-showbiz ka tas kakalimutan mo yung college mo. Kaya po 6 long years. And then, it took another 6 years for my master's degree because I was already married, giving birth, one after the other. I even have to take a penalty course kasi po, nag-overstaying ako. Sino dito yung mga overstaying dito? At tumawa sila yun. Okay, but that course was creative writing for children. And it was under the mentorship of Palanca Award winner Carla Pasis. That became a gift. It led me to write books like the CMMA Book of the Year awardee Super Bench. Meet my super dad. Kuya na si Bunso, Maya at Laya. And these books have been blessed. Also, they have been able to reach a lot of audiences. For Super Bench, it was the story of my son who had open heart surgery. And as part of his recovery, people read books to him. And I said, when my son gets well, I will also read books. So the book Super Bench was read to many hospital wards in the Philippines, 1,000 to be exact. So during the pandemic, I realized it's never too late to keep learning. So I took my doctorate. And in my years of learning, both formal and informal, I've had to hold tightly to one guiding truth: distinguish the voice from the noise. Not everything loud is true. Not everything popular is wise. And not every opinion is meant to be obeyed. When I married at the height of my showbiz career, at 23 years old, people questioned it. That same year, I also won 5 acting awards. It was my peak. Sayang daw ako, they said. But I had heard the voice that mattered. 32 years later, so we're celebrating our 32nd year anniversary, that decision remains one of my greatest blessings. So, yan po kami. Sa tuktok ng San Mateo, Rizal. Kalangit-langitan na daw. When I chose to focus on my family, raising my family was something many thought of as wasting my talents. Sayang daw ako. But I knew God had given me a vision, and that was that my family would be my greatest legacy. And I was at peace with that. Some people expressed that having too many kids, yung sa akin, 5. I had 4 in 5 years. Tapos, after 10 years, I had another one. Surprise. Sabi nila, it's a burden. Ang dami niyong anak. But I was very sure, it was where God wanted me to be. I was confident that by pouring life into my family, I was heavily investing in the future. And indeed, in all our years of raising our children, we have never lacked in anything. The Lord has always provided us with our needs, sometimes in many ways that we never expected. If you're wondering how that burden turned out, ito po sila. Yan. Ella. Isa-isahin ko. Ella, our eldest, she runs her own franchise and founded Salo Sala, a space for homemakers to share their stories and to belong. Si Donnie po, baka ilan sa inyo nakakakilala sa kanya. Dito actually sinut yung he's into her niya eh. So, Donnie has become more than a celebrity.
with millions following him across generations. So, some of you may be titas, you may be young people or lolas, yan yung mga following niya. He's a bridge between entertainment and advocacy. Si Hannah naman, she's a creative force through her music and her online content. And just recently, she launched her Just One Run Club. She has also over 23.7 million YouTube views and 2 successful fun runs while helping thousands jumpstart their wellness. Benjamin is a singer-songwriter and he's headed to Switzerland for hospitality studies. Our youngest, she's just turned 14. She's not on social media. She brings daily the joy to our lives, and she reminds us that there is beauty of slow growth and unseen promises. So yes, we are a big family. And yes po, marami po akong anak. But I wouldn't trade the richness of this life for anything. To all of you graduating today, let me ask, what is the voice that guided you to this point? And what noise did you have to silence to get here? So, let me share with you some lessons that I've learned, and one of them is about imperfection. My daughter asked me this a long time ago. She said, "Mom, can we start all over again?" She whispered. Ito po si Hannah. She was very young then. This was maybe 20 years ago. I had just lost my temper. Sino pa sa inyo yung hindi dito nawawala ng pasensya? Siguro marami sa inyong pasensyoso kasi nakarating kayo dito. Pero maraming times rin po ako nawawala ng pasensya. And actually, that moment, when she whispered to me, "Mom, can we start all over again?" It gave birth to something now we call take two. Showbiz di ba? Cut, take two. So, every time we find ourselves lost because we forgot to get a hold of ourselves, we say, stop, cut, take two. So, it became a powerful reminder that perfection is not our goal. It is restoration. So I have to admit to you, I'm very far from being a perfect mom. And I'm not a super mom. And I'm very much imperfect in many ways. But I try hard. When I fail, I'll ask for forgiveness, and then I'll try again. That's the whole point of life, di ba? You will fail. But are you prepared to rise up again? Yun yung tanong. And honestly, that is the most human and powerful kind of parenting from my experience, Because I remember also when my eldest Ella was just small, I poured myself into parenting books. I wanted to do everything that was right. But I later realized that trying to raise her by the book wasn't honoring her uniqueness. Parker Palmer, one of my most favorite authors, wrote that engineers must honor the nature of cement, steel, and wood, or their buildings will collapse. The same goes for our children. When you try to mold them to a norm instead of nurturing their design, we violate who they are. I've asked Ella so many times for forgiveness. For the many times I tried to be a perfect parent and I tried to mold her to be a perfect child. And I'm just so thankful she continues to entrust her heart to me. So that when our youngest Solana was born, Ella said something that I'll never forget. "We'll do better this time, Mama." Ay, thank you, Lord. May pag-asa. Many of my deepest life lessons didn't come from books, but simply being with my kids. When I observe their conversations, I see how they respond to people or listen to them process their day, I receive a kind of wisdom that no seminar could teach. I've even authorized them to correct me when I'm about to lose my temper. So, I give them permission to correct me in the right way at the right time. Merong isa assigned to say, Mama, breathe. Bibinga naman ako. Merong isang assigned, smile. Smile naman ako. Merong isa, Jesus. Dasal naman ako. So see, I have equipped them to help me so that when they help me, I also help them to be better. Ay nako, I've learned that discipline becomes easier when love and trust are overflowing freely. Our home has become a space where mistakes are welcome, as long as we're humble to start all over again. Take two. That's our rhythm of grace. Of course, as a celebrity mom and parenting advocate, there's a pressure to look perfect. But the most impactful moments, whether with my audience or with my children, come when I show up just as I am, my baroque, unpolished self. Real. My kids don't need a perfect mom. They just need an honest one. My husband doesn't need a superstar. He just wants me to sit by him. Not to fix everything, not to run the household, just be. And in that stillness, he says to me, "You are most captivating when you're at rest." There is power in presence. We bless the world not by being flawless, but by being fully present. Yung nandyan sila, hindi ako nakatingin sa telepono ko. Nakatingin ako sa mga mata nila. That's why we don't allow phones in our dining table, because it's a place to eat and to connect our hearts. It's not for us to message another person who's not in the room, or to update us with the teleserye that I'm missing because we're eating dinner. We need to be present, fully present, because this is all that matters right now, is today. And the people in front of you are the most important people for that day, the present. So I have to equip myself with a check and balance system. Accountability po keeps me grounded. Whether it's regular checks with my husband or in meeting with women whom I trust, wise, godly friends who lovingly can tell me when I'm off track. And I also bring my kids to my work life. When I give seminars, I ask them to assist me. And then now, they're actually part of our company's board of directors. So we also submit to them and their suggestions and their ideas. Their presence keeps me honest. They remind me to live what I teach. I also stay committed to learning through books, seminars, audio messages, because I know that growth doesn't stop with a diploma. May nagtanong po sa akin, bakit pa kayo nag-aaral ng nag-aaral ng nag-aaral? Kasi gusto kong mag-aral ng mag-aral. Talagang love ko ang learning. Hindi ako napapagod, hindi rin ako naiinip. Na-excite ako. Pero okay lang mag-break muna kayo sa pag-aaral. Mag-relax muna kayo. Earning a diploma is just the beginning. But remember this lesson of how your cup can overflow to others. Kasi punong-puno kayo ngayon eh. Kailangan mag-share kayo. A wise friend asked me once, Are you even in your priority list? Kayo, ako, personally, dati hindi. Wala ako sa priority list ko. Last ako. Lalo na nanay ako. Lalo na wife ako. Pero ngayon, I am now a priority. I rise up early to spend time with my Maker. I make time for fitness. I have dates with my husband, whether we like each other or not. Every Friday yan. Pag nag-aaway kami, o paano yan? We like each other or not, di lalabas pa rin kami. Kahit mag-aaway kami, at least, nagde-date pa rin kami. Pero most of the time, hindi naman kami nag-aaway. So I carve time with each of my children. Meron akong tab niyan. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. Parang di na mawawala ng mga tasks, no? But I have so much joy doing these things. It's actually filling me as they are filling me. And you know what? After this, I'm gonna go to my mom and I'm gonna let her baby me. She's gonna prepare a nice meal for me. I let her. It's her joy and it's my joy. From that fullness, I am able to pour to other people. So I'd like to ask you right now, raise your right hand. Yes, you, all of you, raise your right hand. Madali sumunod pagka masters at doctors, di ba? See, tinignan ko rin sila. Raise your right hand, tap the person to your right, and say, mag-exercise ka na. Raise your left hand, tap the person to your left, tignan nyo sa mata, at sabihin nyo, mag-diet ka na. Diba? Love yourself. Lagi ko yan sinasabi sa mga anak ko. Love yourself. To the graduates, as you move forward from here, malapit na tayong matapos. Distinguish the voice from the noise. Don't aim for perfection. Aim for growth. Let your story include failure and grace. Be authentic, especially when it's hard. Keep learning, and please stay accountable. Huwag kayo lalaki ulo ha, porket ang pagsabi na sa inyo, doctor. Kaya may MA na kayo at the end of your name. Feet, stay grounded po, ha? Okay? And make time to fill your cup. You've earned your degrees. So, distinguish the voice from the noise. Don't aim for perfection, aim for growth. Let your story include failure and grace. Be authentic, especially when it's hard. Keep learning, stay accountable, and make time to fill your cup. Bukas na bukas, mag-exercise kayo. You've earned your degrees, but more than that, you've gained something deeper. Resilience, discernment, humility, purpose. The world needs graduates like you. Kahit hindi mo na yung world, Pilipinas muna. Kahit hindi mo na yung Pilipinas, sa bahay nyo na lang muna. Kahit hindi na lang sa bahay nyo, sa sarili nyo lang muna. Mag-umpisa kayo. Sabi nga ni Hannah, it just takes one decision to take that first step to that journey of 1,000 miles. Be compassionate and please help improve the lives of others around you. I always tell this to my kids. My mom's personal definition of success is not when I have so many awards or so much money in my pocket or in my bank account. It's how many lives have I been able to touch and transform so that they can improve their lives. At the end of every prayer before meals, we always ask the Lord, Please help us provide for the needs of others. Hindi lang po para sa atin, para sa iba rin. Pero wag natin kakalimutan, nag-uumpisa yung para sa iba sa pagpapahalaga natin sa ating sarili. You cannot give what you don't have. Kung wala kayong pagpapahalaga sa mga sarili ninyo, wala rin kayong pagpapahalaga sa tao na nasa paligid ninyo. Kaya't mag-umpisa po tayo sa ating mga sarili. As Dr. Larry Crabb once said, we are all twisted image bearers, living with other twisted image bearers. Yan po yung katabi nyo, tignan nyo po yan. Image bearer yan. Yan na po yun. Twisted rin po yan like you. Wala yang ipagmamalaki sa inyo at wala rin po kayong ipagmamalaki sa kanila. We are all twisted in one way or another. And we live with other twisted, equally twisted individuals around us in the presence of an untwisted God who is slowly making us straight. So remember, you are still becoming. You are still metamorphosizing. The goal is not perfection, it's transformation. Well done, doctors. Well done, masters. May your lives overflow so others may be refreshed. Congratulations to the class of 2025.
Dear graduating class, please stand. Chancellor Camacho, it is my honor and privilege as the Dean of the UPLB Graduate School to present to you the candidates for graduation from the various colleges and schools of UPLB, graduate diploma, master's, and PhD programs. The class of 2025.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to present the candidates for graduation of the UPLB Graduate School. For the Graduate Diploma in Environmental Planning, Jeremy Bandol Carabido, Dorothy Faye Londonio Centeno, Jose Albert Capiral Ferrer, Mercy Ortiz Manalo, Joanna Marie Santos Martinez, Kenny Bonaobra Milan, Von Arnold Balico Oreiro, Patricia Obias Paner, Ken Tresvallas Rosales, Ruben James Casil Salazar, Joanna May Kindong Tuzen, Aina Krisha C. Viray, Maria Flori May Takurda Andaya, Rafael Victor Gloria Bajo, Clarice Cedeño Camano, Rafael Victor Gloria Bajo, Clarice Cedeño Camano, John Lery Ilagan Cebuano, Liovina Liza Cabingan Climacosa, Angeline Dabalos. Jimena. Jasper Arcaseta Sarmiento. In Botany, Lizel Mabanag Estoque. In Chemical Engineering, Marivic Daem Toledo, recipient, Academic Achievement Award. Advisors, Professor Jewel A. Capulitan and Professor Francisco B. Elegado. Clint Charles Perez Brutas. Christian Marasigan Claus, repeat recipient, Academic Achievement Award. Advisor, Professor Monet Concepcion M. Detras. Jewel Liga Rosas Hernandez. Patricia Nadine Decena Revilla. Marlo Matriguera Fabio. In Community Development, Denise June Abo Castor. In Computer Science, David Ochieng Otero. Jo Marie Decena Fernandez. In Development Communication, Muhammad Said Bandali Gandawali. Joshua Michael Gamboa Jonas, recipient, Academic Achievement Award. Advisor, Professor Benjamina Paula G. Flor. In Entomology, Cledy May Formacion Hulabar. Fidencio Bilioso Caston Jr. In Environmental Science, Marvin Ustaris Herrera. Refe Barata Miguel. Christian Paulo Castillo Altuberos. Keith Anthony Zarzuela Fabro. Maybel Abiador Fortaleza. Janine Fortales Gamil. Advisor, Associate Professor Annalyn L. Codilan. John Mark Lagian Anzia. Cristel Aliana Ola Canyanes. Jackie Lou Zamora Tacuya. Justine Alvarez Marasigan. Nicole Amoroso Nacional. Julius Gaspar Pascua. Debbie Hale, Debbie Jail Omandam Tambor. In Genetics, Tumasor Jezreel Veracruz Sehangwalo. In Horticulture, Ray Miguel Gutierrez Del Mundo. Queen Jerry May Peria Huico. Ino Eborde Barredo, recipient, Academic Achievement Award. Advisor, Associate Professor Roseline Paelmo. In Mathematics, Melo Alayan Grace Villanueva Consular. Leonard Alabaton Sahulga. In Microbiology, Lemuel Kenneth Figiliana Aprecio. Jonel Putungan Dioso. Joyce Julia Manahan Cervantes Flores. Marimar Perez Alo. Avon Whirlpool Chavez. Julius Anthony Magadan Leones. Cheryl Margaret Villamarzo Masakupan. Jewel Brace Katipay Palomar. Sernan Paloma Ruz. In Molecular Biology and Biotechnology, Jason Byung Yao. Baños. Switzer Joy D. Ducos. Jeff Torio Evangelista. Heidi Jane Huergas Madrid. Micah Abigail Label Meman. In plant pathology, Alvin John Tabada Casiano. Joshua Cacho Domalan. Stephanie Agustin Castillo. Winlove Casino Rivera. Rural Sociology, Maria Bernadette Laureline Paraspante, recipient, Academic Excellence Award, Advisor, Associate Professor Sherry B. Marasigan. Agricultural Economics, May San Agustin Lustre. Advisor, Professor Cesar B. Gigon. Zaira May Gomez Centino. Advisor, Professor Isabelita M. Pabuayo. Erwin Espiritu Torres. Advisor, Associate Professor Arvin P. Vista. In Agricultural Engineering, Joselito Dazo Tusi. Advisor, Professor Rosana Marie C. Amongo. Shula May Angelito Deseos. Advisor, Professor Eric F. Yamteng. Paraga Hagoda Vitanage Rohana Chandika Paraga Hagoda. Advisors, Professor Rosana Marie C. Amongo and Professor Arthur L. Pahar. Teresita Foliedo Bueno. Advisor, Professor Rosana Marie C. Amongo. Advisor, Professor Emeritus Pompe C. Santa Cruz. In Animal Science, Ronel Ordonio Recrono. Advisor, Professor Amado Ángeles. Christian Paul Marcon de la Cruz. Advisor, Professor Amado A. Ángeles. Arvin de la Vega Subillaga. Advisors, Professor Agapita J. Salces, Professor Consuelo Amor S. Estrella. Roger Roque Ebon Bustamante. Advisor, Professor Maria Silvia R. Oliveros. Maria May Shi Rola Dawan. Advisor, Professor Maria Cynthia R. Oliveros. In Botany, Mahal Rani Ordonio Espiritu. Advisor, Associate Professor Donatus S. Bautista. Community Development, Patricia Ann Torreta Medina. Advisor, Professor Emeritus Josefina T. Dizon. Rumiriza de la Cruz Resuello, Advisor, Professor Emeritus Josefina T. Dizon. UPLB Ambassador for Service and Leadership. Advisors, Professor Emeritus Josefina T. Dizon, Associate Professor John Carinorio M. Perez. Advisor, Professor Cerny B. Hamias. O. Espandon. Advisor, Professor Maria Victoria O. Espandon. Eloisa Gatpandan Ruzul. Advisor, Professor Rico C. Angkol. Marciano Brin Tatay. Advisor, Professor Rico C. Angkol. Dimas Masito de Bangsay. Advisor, Professor Decibel V. Faustino Eslava. Kinsley Meg Ia Perez. Advisor, Associate Professor Emmanuel Ryan C. Chavez. In Food Science, Ava Apeliado Buenaventura. Advisor, Associate Professor Lotis Rico Perez. Carlos Antonio Manalansang Peña. Advisor, Associate Professor Dennis B. Cantre. Ronaline Beryl Amer. Advisor, Associate Professor Rona Camille M. Lizardo Agustin. Professor Kenneth L. McNally. Rhea Palma Alura Ortega. Advisor, Professor Maria Jeneline Q. Diaz. In horticulture, Dominador Prado Bernal. Advisor, Professor Constancio C. Guzman. Leilani Domingo Pellegrino. Advisors, Professor Anthony Esguerra. Professor Desiree M. Jaunero. In human nutrition, Diane Faye Lia Manaban. Advisors, Professor Angelina D.R. Felix. Professor Gladys Chelis J. Completo. In plant breeding, Su Mia Tue Nin. Advisors, Professor Glenn P. Gregorio. Professor P.E. Malikarjuna Swami. In soil science, Jocelyn Galactic Asaico. Advisor, Professor Pearl P. Sanchez. Advisor, Professor Lucille C. Villegas. Jesse Ramos Sabillon, Advisor, Professor Prof. B. Sanchez. R.D. Delinsog Wyatt, Advisor, Professor Victorino A. Bato. In Statistics, Anthony Fontanares Capini, Advisor, Professor Consorcia E. Reaño. Alan Rahukama, Advisor, Professor Rita B.J. Almacea. Ronald Duero Estrada, Advisor, Professor Zita B.J. Almacea. Roel Paman Ceballos, Advisor, Professor Zita B.J. Almacea. David Clarence Gray, 2025 UPLB Ambassador for Service and Learning, Advisor, Professor Zita B.J. Almacea. For the degree of Doctor of Philosophy by Research in Agronomy, Leilani Mandak Juliano, Advisor, Professor Annalisa Henedina M. Ramirez. In Data In food science, Ara Fatima Algar Carbonera. Advisor, Professor Howard D. Patua. Advisors, Professor Lucille C. Villegas, Professor Howard D. Pantua. Advisors, Professor Emeritus Asuncion K. Raimundo, Professor Francisco B. Elegante. Advisor, Professor Rina B. Abulecho. Advisors, Professor Cleofe S. Torres, Professor Sarah P. Cardi.
symbolizes two things. First, this medallion showcases the achievements of the UPLB Graduate School in its more than 50 years of existence. The achievements of UPLB Graduate School include you, our graduates. Its history will be incomplete without you. Second, the GS medallion can be worn with your UP Sablay. You may wear it during the commencement exercises tomorrow. The GS medallion symbolizes your achievement in elevating your knowledge and skills and for taking the challenge to pursue excellence through graduate education. It is embedded with the UP oblation in the graduate school logo, which symbolizes public service and the selfless offering of oneself to the country. As such, the GS medallion reminds us that we offer ourselves, our gained knowledge, skills, and values that we honed during our graduate studies to our country and for the world. Now, may I invite everyone to please stand, our graduating class. You may now pin your GS medallion on the left side of your chest as it symbolizes that it's very near to your heart. Congratulations, class of 2025.
And now to introduce our student speaker, Professor Margaret M. Calderon from the College of Forestry and Natural Resources.
Our student speaker is a native of Bulanay, Quezon. She is the daughter of Mr. Realde A. Palma Jr., a tailor, and Mrs. Iluminada Mendoza Palma, a retired elementary school teacher. She's also a mother to a 5-year-old son, nicknamed Timber, and the wife of Assistant Professor Alfie M. Torres, who is a fellow forester and faculty member. Our speaker is an assistant professor at the Institute of Renewable Natural Resources, College of Forestry and Natural Resources, UP Los Baños. She graduated cum laude with a Bachelor of Science in Forestry degree from UPLB in 2010. She finished her dual MSc degree with recognition 110 E. Lodi under the Erasmus Mundus Sustainable Tropical Forestry Program with a Master of Science in Tropical Forestry from Dresden University of Technology in Dresden, Germany, and a Master of Science in Forestry and Environmental Science from the University of Padua in Padua in 2015. Before joining the academe, she worked first as a research assistant at IRNR and had a short stint with the World Agroforestry Center in 2010. She started teaching at UPLB in 2011, handling courses in forest resources management, forest biometry, forestry economics, among other courses. She has also been involved in various research projects on greenhouse gas inventory and forestry economics. As part of her thesis under the Erasmus Mundus program, she worked as a student intern with the economics team of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations in Rome in 2015. In 2022, she was awarded a graduate research fellowship under the DOST Picard's Graduate Research and Education Assistantship for Technology, or the Very Great program. She was affiliated with the ITMOB project, which stands for Integration of Traditional and Modern Bioproduction Systems for a Sustainable and Resilient Future under Climate and Ecosystem Changes. The project was implemented through the UPLB Interdisciplinary Studies Center for Integrated Natural Resources and Environmental Management. Under the program, she pursued a Doctor of Philosophy degree in forestry majoring in Forest Resources Management with a cognate in Economics at UPLB. During her PhD journey, she was awarded a Sandwich Program grant for graduate research in the Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resources sector by DOST Picard, which enabled her to go on a 3-month visit to the Water, Environmental, and Agricultural Resources Economics Research Group at the University of Cordoba, Spain in 2024. Our speaker is the PhD Academic Excellence Awardee for this year's hooding and recognition ceremony with a grade of 1.0000. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pride and pleasure to introduce Dr. Vanessa Mendoza Palma Torres.
To our esteemed guest, Dr. Maria Cecilia Maricel Laksa Pangilinan, to our Chancellor, Dr. Jose V. Camacho Jr., to the Dean of the Graduate School, Dr. Jomar F. Rabahante, our dear faculty members and staff, fellow graduates, families, friends, good morning. When I began my PhD in February 2022, I should have felt a sense of joy. Instead, I felt grief. I cried a lot. Not because I wasn't grateful. As a DOST Picard great scholar, I truly was. But because this wasn't the version of the dream I had held on to for so long. I had imagined myself studying abroad again for my PhD. Walking through campuses I had only seen online. Growing, both academically and personally, in a new environment. That dream was vivid. It was mine. But life required something else of me. As a breastfeeding mother with a young child, I had to choose differently. I began my doctorate not with excitement, but with disappointment and doubts. I navigated the demands of graduate school while caring for a child amidst pandemic restrictions with a quiet sense of grief for a dream I set aside. And yet, here I am. Here we are. What began in tears transformed into resolve. This journey was anything but easy. And yet, I realized I was not alone. It was reflected in the stories of my classmates, in late-night messages, in silent Zoom boxes, and in the tired eyes across the classroom. I saw my story mirrored in yours. Some of us wrote our theses while raising children. Some grieved the loss of loved ones while chasing deadlines. Others worked multiple jobs. Many battled illness, anxiety, or self-doubt. We've all asked at some point, is this still worth it? Yes, we stayed. We endured. We made it. This is not just a room full of graduates. It is a gathering of survivors, of fighters, of professionals who choose to keep learning in a society that often does not fully understand, much less support that choice. Today, I honor you. I honor that shared experience, the silent sacrifices, unacknowledged labor, and the resilience behind every graduate degree. Whatever brought you here, whether you came here straight from college and decided you still want to prolong your love-hate relationship with UP and the academia, whether you were just bored after years in the workforce, driven by dreams of career growth, a long-awaited promotion, that tempting scholarship, peer pressure, or simply a burning passion to serve your profession and community. I see you. I honor your perseverance, and I'm proud to stand among you. Whether you completed a thesis, a capstone, a project paper, or fulfilled rigorous coursework under a professional track, your journey here was no less demanding and no less meaningful. We gave up time with our families. Some gave up opportunities abroad. Many gave up certainty, comfort, even peace of mind. We did not just earn degrees. We paid them in ways no manuscript will ever show. Because we, this small, committed portion of our nation, chose to pursue advanced learning, even when the world made it easier not to. We chose to serve our disciplines, our institutions, and our communities, even when our efforts often felt invisible and undervalued. And when we say service, we don't mean peer-reviewed publications or breakthroughs. As graduates of the University of the Philippines, we uphold a broader definition of scholarship. One that includes research, yes, but also extension work, policy engagement, and public service. These two are pillars of a university that dares to call itself a national university. we are now among the few in this country with advanced degrees. But let us be clear. This is not a badge of superiority. It is a torch to carry. And the torch is heavy. Not all of us will have jobs waiting after we parade across this stage and accept our diplomas. Some will return to their 9-to-5 jobs, ready to fulfill their return-to-work service obligations or take on long-delayed promotions. But for many, the path ahead remains uncertain. Some are still job hunting, overqualified on paper, yet still having to prove our worth in a world that doesn't always know where to place us. Others will return to offices that do not understand, much less value research. Some will face the long and uneasy search for a role that fits. Not just our degrees, but our sense of purpose as well. And many of us will continue to navigate systems that are slow to change. Some will return to institutions where compliance is rewarded more than curiosity, where critical thinking takes a backseat. And yet, we persist. As graduates of the University of the Philippines, we are not trained simply in honor and excellence, but in purposeful scholarship and academic rigor. The undergraduate years may have taught us what to know, but graduate school demanded that we learn why we know, who it is for, and what we intend to do with it. But with that comes responsibility. So here is the challenge I leave with you. Let us not treat this degree as a crown to wear, but a tool to wield. A platform to question the status quo, reach the underserved, and translate knowledge into impact. Because if our work ends with publication counts and promotion points, then we risk becoming like content creators chasing clicks, focus more on metrics than meaning. And if our motivation in studying further is only to increase our honoraria, are we truly serving knowledge or just the algorithm? Let us be different. If our research stays confined to library shelves, never reaching those it's meant to serve, what good is it? We must call on our academic, institutional, and national systems to recognize and reward the true labor of advanced study. Let the workforce reflect the value of our degrees. Let research not be treated as an afterthought or a checkbox, but as a culture, one that is embedded, supported, and sustained. And to our beloved university, as we strive for global rankings, let us not lose sight of grounded relevance. As we align with international standards and chase metrics, citations, and indexed publications, may we never forget our core: public service. Service to the Filipino people. Go beyond counting. Go beyond the numbers. Ask instead, have these works helped the communities we study? Have they empowered the stakeholders who trusted us with their stories, their time, and their hopes? We live and breathe research here at UP. This is our training. This is our edge. But let's be honest. Our stakeholders, our farmers, fisher folks, forest communities, civil servants, indigenous leaders, and the IP communities are tired. Tired of answering surveys. Tired of hosting fieldworks. Tired of being data sources. Tired of waiting for results that they never see. They are not waiting for another journal article. They are waiting for results that they can feel, for research that helps, heals, and transforms. Extension work, public service, policy engagement, community partnerships. These are not extra work. These are essential to our mission as the national university. They deserve equal recognition, support, and merit alongside journal publications. Because the true measure of scholarship is not just what is published, but what is used, what is felt, and what endures. So let us not stop at publication. Let our research breathe life beyond the bound thesis, the journal paywall, and the conference stage. We live in an age where social media has become a primary source of information. It is not a flaw. It's a signal. The world is listening. The question is, are we speaking? Are we speaking clearly, accessibly, authentically? Let us bring evidence-based science to those platforms. Let's bring research where it matters most, into barangays, policy-making tables, classrooms, and community halls. Let knowledge meet people where they are and raise them higher. To UPLB, our donors, our scholarship sponsors, thank you for investing in us. To our advisors, co-advisors, and members of the Graduate Advisory and Guidance Committee, thank you for believing in us. To my fellow graduates, thank you most of all for showing up, for staying, for becoming. Advanced degrees do not make us better than others. If anything, they make us humble and more responsible. It raises more questions than answers, but it also gives us better tools to navigate a never-changing world. Not to rise above others, but to lift others with us. An advanced degree is not the end of questioning. It is the beginning of a deeper responsibility to ask better questions, to seek better answers, and to serve a wider world. When I was a younger faculty member, I used to say, I do not serve personalities. I serve the institute, the college, the university, the profession, and the stakeholders we are meant to serve. And that is the truth I return to now. So, from the tears I shed at the beginning, grieving a dream I thought I lost, I now look back and realize it was never really about that dream. It was never just the prestige. It was about purpose. And that purpose is what I carry with me now. To my fellow graduates, stand proud. Then stand ready. Because yes, we made it. But the real work begins now. May we carry forward the strength we've discovered in ourselves and the hope that the knowledge we've earned, hard fought, hard won, will ripple far beyond these halls, far beyond what's written in our thesis or CVs. Let us carry our knowledge forward, not just in papers or citations, but in people's lives, in the policies we help shape, in the future we touch. Let it ripple into lives, into communities, into change. This is your story too. You made it. And that, dear graduates, is more than enough reason to stand tall. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vanessa Palma Torres, for your heartfelt message to your co-graduates. And now, to lead the graduates in the pledge to the UPLB Alumni Association, let's welcome the President of the UPLB Alumni Association, Captain Mauro W. Baradas.
Okay, graduation 2025, can you write? Kumbaga sa mga ikinasal, this is already a return of the vows. Alam ko, 3 to 4 years ago, kayo ay nanumpa na sa akin bilang membro ng UPLB alumni. So, can you raise your right hand? Taos puso kong nanunumpa na isa katutuparan ko ng buong husay at katapatan at walang pag-iimbot ang mga tungkuling nakaatang sa akin bilang kasapi ng samahan ng mga nagtapos sa Universidad ng Pilipinas sa Los Baños. Ipagtatanggol ko at ipaglalaban ang kapakanan ng universidad na aking pinagtapusan. At ipangangako kong magiging matapat na kasapi ng samahan na ito sa lahat ng pagkakataon. Kaya tulungan nawa ako ng Diyos. Thank you. So ito po ay pampito ko ng pagpapanumpa sa mga nagsipagtapos sa ating taong 2025. So to our Chancellor, Don Camacho, sa lahat ng mga dekano, sa lahat ng mga membro ng University of the Philippines, Los Baños, na narito ngayon, ako po ay buwabati sa inyo ng isang magandang umaga. Natatandaan ko a few years ago, every time na kami ho ay nakakasama ng Presidente ng University of the Philippines, at sa pangkasalukuyan nating Presidente ngayon, lagi nila akong kino-corner at tinatanong, ano daw ang sekreto ng UP Los Baños? Sabi ko, ano po ang ibig niyo sabihin? The President himself ay hindi makapaniwala na ang ating samahan dito sa UP Los Baños ay hindi kayang gayahin ng mga taga-UP Diliman. So, every time na sila ay narito sa campus, tuwan-tuwa sila. Nakikita nila ang magandang samahan ng ating mga faculty, mga labor, at saka mga estudyante. So, nagugulat kami kung bakit laging ang presidente ng UP ay laging gusto na dito nagpapahinga sa UP Los Baños. So, sa akin pong pag-ikot sa buong kapuluan, as far as I remember, 42 years na ako nag-iikot sa buong Pilipinas. Dahil ako po ay, kahit nagtapos ako bilang isang agriculturist, ay 42 years po ako na nahuk sa aviation. Every time na pupunta ako sa iba't ibang probinsya, ang una kong hinahanap ay sino ang nagsipagtapos sa UP Los Baños. So sa lahat po ng aking nakapanayam, with due courtesy sa ating mga PhD, ang pinakamasigla at pinakapopular sa buong kapuluan ay yung mga hindi po nagsipagtapos ng MS at PhD. Sila po ang may magagandang negosyo. So pag aking ini-interview, ano ang iyong naging gabay para ikaw ay maging successful? Simple po lamang ang kanilang kasagutan. Pasingko-singko ko nung araw sa UP Los Baños. Malakas ang aking loob. Hindi ako katulad ng PhD na kinakailangan na siya papel man lamang ay kumita na ang negosyo. So, nakakatuwa na sa buong kapuluan, napakarami pong graduate ng UPLB. I'm writing a book about the plight of UPLB graduates sa buong kapuluan at sa regional countries. Every time na pupunta po kami sa ASEAN countries like sa Vietnam, sa Cambodia, sa Laos, napakarami pong nakikita na nagsipagtapos dito sa UP Los Baños. At sa akin po survey, ang mga nagsipagtapos ng BS Nutrition, BS Biology, Agribusiness, dalawa pong pinakamalaking sektor ang kanilang pinupuntahan. Medical field. Napakarami pong mga doktor na nagsipagtapos na ang kanilang BS ay dito sa UP Los Baños. Ang ikalawa pong sektor ay ang abogasiya. Marami po tayong dito nag-BS at ngayon ay matatag at mga sikat na abogado sa loob at labas ng ating bansa. Sa akin po pag-ikot sa Amerika, napakarami din pong mga asosasyon ng UP Los Baños. Kaya nga lang, every time na mag-organize kami ng isang pagpupulong o isang programa, ay lagi sumasama ang UP Diliman. So, sa labas po ng bansa ay laging magkasama ang UP Los Baños at UP Diliman. Ngayon pong katapusan ng buwang ito, we were invited sa Thailand at mahigit na po 50 ang registered na nanggaling sa UP Los Baños. So, nakakatuwa po na sa ating kaunting kakayanan ay naililink natin ang pamantasan sa grupo ng mga organisasyon ng UP Los Baños. Sa Amerika, noong isang taon po ay naroon ako At nagulat ako nang imbitahin nila kami. 50% ay UP Diliman at 50% ay UP Los Baños. So, meron po isang graduate doon ng AgChem na kasama siya sa team na nakadiskubre na ang cancer ay pwede nang gamutin sa panahong ito. So, siya po ay inimbita natin, nabigyan natin ng pasinaya ng isang Outstanding Alumnus Award. At ngayon po ay darating siya sa October 4 doon sa ating prelude. So I invited him personally para may paliwanag niya sa ating mga constituents, sa ating mga alumni, kung paano ang cancer ay pwede nang gamutin. So, sa haba ng aming mga pinupuntahan, ako po ay natutuwa na kapag nagpapakipakita ang graduate o alumni ng UP Los Baños ay parang tayo ay tunay na magkakapatid. Sa ngayon, alam ko, hindi nyo pa mararamdaman sa inyong sarili ang kahalagahan ng isang UPLB alumni. But kapag kayo ay tumuntong na sa dekada 50, saka nyo mararanasan, ipagmamalaki na tayong lahat ay para magkakapatid. Maganda ang ating samahan dahil meron tayong tinatawag na UP Los Baños Spirit. Ang October 10 po ay ginaganap taon-taon ating ipinagdiriwang. Ang lagi po lamang sumasama rito ay yung mga nagsipagtapos ng UP College of Agriculture. Dahil sa totoo po, ang October 10 ay isa pong pasinaya doon sa mga estudyante ng UP College of Agriculture na lumaban noong panahon ng gera ng World War II. So, ang UP Los Baños po ay ang UP College of Agriculture ay natapos noong 1975 at naging UP Los Baños ang ating campus. Kaya lagi ko pong pinakikiusap sa ating Chancellor, Dong Camacho, na since na ang ating paggawa ng October 10 next year ay lahat ng mga colleges ay kasali na. Kaya sabi ko kay Chancellor, Sir, gawin na nating pagbabalik universidad ang October 10. So, italanin nyo sa inyong isipan, October 10, ayun ho ang pagbabalik ng ating mga estudyante dito sa campus. Ang October po, 4, the first Saturday of October, ay lagi natin ginagawa sa Tanawan, Batangas. For the last 22 years, iniimbitahan ko po ang lahat ng nagsipagtapos sa UP Los Baños at tayo ay maghapon ng kasiyahan. So again, paglabas ninyo, ipagmalaki nyo sa inyong sarili, ako ay naging ganap na ganito, nakuha ko ang tungkulin na aking ginagampanan ngayon dahil tayo ay mayroong tinatawag na UP Los Baños Spirit. Maraming po salamat.
morning. Welcome to the 19th UPLB Graduate School Hooding and Recognition Ceremonies.
In many places here and in the Philippines and beyond, there is a growing sector, the need for more professionals like you, well-trained, socially aware, and guided by strong ethical principles.
Your journey has been one of discipline, sacrifice, and relentless curiosity, earning you guys a graduate degree. You've earned your degrees, but more than that, you've gained something deeper. Resilience, discernment, humility, purpose. The world needs graduates like you.
And so as we celebrate this milestone, I hope you take this moment not only to reflect on all that you have accomplished, but to envision with even greater clarity the very meaningful role you can play in your communities, in your countries, and the wider world beyond this university.
As you move forward from here, distinguish the voice from the noise. Don't aim for perfection, aim for growth. Let your story include failure and grace. Be authentic, especially when it's hard. Keep learning, and please stay accountable.
Fellow graduates, stand proud, then stand ready. Because yes, we made it, but the real work starts now. May we carry forward the strength we've discovered in ourselves and the hope that the knowledge we've earned, hard fought, hard won, will ripple far beyond these halls, far beyond what's written in our thesis or CVs. Let us carry our knowledge forward, not just in papers or citations, but in people's lives, in the policies we help shape, in the future we touch.
You may now pin your GS medallion on the left side of your chest as it symbolizes that it's very near to your heart. Congratulations, class of 2025.